Hey, good Tuesday to you. Scott and David here talking about the Lori Vallow trial that will be airing on AZ Family here in just a few minutes. Yep. So day 6, it's going to be an interesting day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to start off the cross-examination, Lori Vallow Daybell, into one of the Chandler police detectives who took the stand yesterday and was testifying about Vallow Daybell's demeanor the day of the shooting, as well as her child, Tylee, who she transported to the Chandler Police Department for questioning. A lot of that's been talked about is just how they looked.
We've seen the video,
We've seen the video.
We've seen the video of her standing out on the street kind of laughing, not upset that her husband was just killed.
She mentioned something like, oh, I hope the neighbors don't get on our case about this. Well, meanwhile, her 4th husband is dead inside. So strikes a lot of odd behavior from something like that.
I know we're going to play a soundbite here in just a moment, but the medical examiner testified that Charles did not die right away, that he was possibly alive for a few minutes. And we also heard their story that they performed CPR on him, but yet they didn't call 911 till quite a while later. So that all is very interesting for the jurors.
And super important for the prosecution to kind of lay this out and try to strike down that self-defense claim.
Right.
Scott, you know, they didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after the shooting. And now you have this medical examiner taking the stand saying that he did not die right away, but a short time after.
That is very suspicious, right?
Yeah.
In most people's minds. So what are we going to hear in this soundbite?
So we're going to show you some important testimony yesterday from that Chandler police detective who is talking about Lori's state of mind, her attitude, her child's attitude the day that shooting happened. And then you're going to hear from Lori Vallow Daybell with your cross-examination of this detective. So go ahead and take a listen to this exchange.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay. Did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have a reason to think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
So all that talk about being nonchalant, I'm guessing that she was trying to show jurors that different people act different ways at different times.
That's the cross-examination, right? It's like, well, who are you to say this? Are you a psychologist? Are you this? Are you that? So that's her trying to create that doubt for jurors to see. And a lot of what we'll see in this trial and what you just saw in that soundbite there, objection sustained, right? Like, we know she's representing herself. We also know that she's never done this before, so she's run into a lot of that through this trial. And it feels like from yesterday, the judge's patience wearing a little bit thin with Lori Vallow Daybell.
Yeah, you would think that that would happen, right? With somebody who doesn't know proper etiquette in the courtroom.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard from some other attorneys that say she's actually not doing a bad job.
Yep.
But she keeps calling for these sidebars. So what's happening with that?
Well, that's what happened yesterday. She asked for another sidebar. After the jury left, the judge said, hey, you know what? You can't continue to talk to witnesses like this. You can't question like this. This is becoming a problem. She asked for a sidebar in which the judge rather impatiently just said, no, we're not doing another sidebar. So it kind of feels like, again, that patience is wearing thin. You know, like you mentioned, though, we've talked to a lot of legal experts who say for someone who is pro se representing themselves, they think she's doing quite a fair job inside of the courtroom trying to create that doubt for the defense.
And I know a lot of people have said, well, this is a waste of taxpayer dollars. Why are we wasting? Because she's already been convicted in the murders of her 2 kids. But you know, the victims' families have a right for justice as well. So that's the answer to that.
Yeah, exactly. We talked to the former prosecutor. We actually, last week here at Arizona's Family, we had him go through viewer questions. So many of you, we understand, are saying, this is a waste of time, this is a circus. But he goes, hey, well, wait a second. You know, there's victims in this matter, victims' families in this matter. And this prosecutor, former prosecutor we talked to, was a victim of violent crime himself. And he said this really helps in terms of closure to go through this.
Bet that's true.
You know,
so the prosecution is still going at it, and so they're going to put these Chandler detectives on the stand today, and she's going to cross-examine them. I wonder how they're going to feel being cross-examined by already a convicted murderer.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, this is a convicted child killer. We cannot lose sight of that, right? She's already slated to serve a life sentence in Idaho. So that's a part of the discussion. At least, you know, these witnesses know that, the jury doesn't know that. So it's an interesting dynamic for sure. Another interesting dynamic that can't be lost about is every witness to this killing no longer alive, right?
Right.
Alex Cox, the shooter, not alive. Tylee, not alive. So it's really Lori Vallow Daybell and those security cameras and everything else, all the other circumstantial evidence that weighs a lot in this case, obviously.
Yeah, the video that we've all seen, I mean, it's been played out from the police cameras, the Chandler detectives, and her standing out on the street, seeming to not care about what just happened. That's pretty explosive. I know obviously the jurors haven't seen that video, but for the rest of the world, it just looks so suspicious, doesn't it?
In that interrogation video as well that was showed to the jurors yesterday, she said she didn't like Charles Vallow and that Charles Vallow didn't want a divorce, and so it didn't look good, right? It didn't look good. If your husband gets killed and you're kind of smiling, laughing, having this kind of nonchalant attitude, I think that would strike a lot of people as being kind of odd and suspicious.
It's also interesting when I watched the Dateline special and everything that's been done, how Charles Vallow called the cops and said, you know, I don't know what's going on with her, but she's got all these.
I think my wife is going to kill me.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
He blatantly said that, and then nothing. I don't know what they could have done, but then now we're at this place right here. So.
And we know from the prosecution that he was talking to Alex Cox's brother, Adam Cox, who took the stand a couple days ago. And Adam Cox came to Arizona to try to help Charles Vallow and try to help Alex Cox with Lori Vallow Daybell. They were concerned about her mental health. So that was out there, right? And that's something that the jurors, you know, heard before this killing.
He hadn't spoken to her in a while, right? The brother?
That's right, yeah. Because he said to her that he was concerned about mental health. And then from that point forward, there was no more communication. Yeah. So that's something he testified to
Do we know
a couple
how
days
long
ago.
the prosecution's going to go?
The idea or the thought is that the prosecution can keep calling up witnesses for today and tomorrow. The prosecution could rest on Thursday. And then obviously, you know, there's cross-examination from Lori Vallow Daybell. So if everything, you know, keeps going at the pace that it's going, we can see the prosecution rest on Thursday. Then Vallow Daybell, you would assume the following week, would call up her own witnesses.
Yeah, we don't know what witnesses are going to come forward. They don't release that list, but it seems like it's going faster than we thought, because we originally thought it was going to be like 6 weeks.
Yeah, when I was standing here yesterday for the live stream, I said it. Week one felt like month one with the amount of testimony. Felt like there was a headline at every testimony going back to it. So, you know, the prosecution, they did a good job the first couple days establishing the hard facts. And then now with the medical examiner yesterday confirming the evidence that they brought forward in the first couple days, the evidence that they will tell you Charles Vallow was laying down and Alex Cox was standing up, pointing down and shooting at him. That is what the medical examiner confirmed through the evidence yesterday. So again, just another strike against that self-defense claim that Lori Vallow Daybell is hoping that jurors believe.
It's just interesting too when you watch this, because you know, most people that lost a spouse in a trial would be all upset during the trial, but she's representing herself and doesn't come across like she's upset or anything that I've seen so far.
The most we kind of seen with her temper kind of flare is when she talked to the woman that went on a date with her husband the day before she was killed. So, yeah, I mean, she said, do you often go out with men who are married? And she said, don't flatter yourself when they talk about you the whole time. So it felt like a scripted TV series at points during this trial.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how many people she cross-examines today. So that trial in its 6th day, coming up here in just a few seconds. And of course, we've got complete coverage on AZ Family throughout the day and into the night. And then tomorrow, and we've got this covered gavel to gavel, right?
That's right.
All right, here's the trial.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. This is the time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Judge, I do have one other thing to raise that goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin.
Let me check, Your Honor. Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So
All right.
she is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all, and we got them prepared, and I signed them all, and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct. It
All right.
apparently
So
was.
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Vaisa? Vaisia. Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
Looking that up now.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say? So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
I understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview. With my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he.
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information and whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, at the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So we
Okay.
may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that we're, oh, the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up. Kind of deferring, but not really. All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Detective Inklin, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it,
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
at all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No.
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No?
None of Detective Moffitt's reports?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
Can object to testifying and move to strike?
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
You want to object again?
Sustained, it's testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me, that I kept both phones.
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports, or?
I did not review, and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay. Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC, or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct, when we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffett is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview, because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk, as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the three of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I no.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustain.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO.
When adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I would object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inklin, have you ever seen me not calm?
I would object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday, you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead and continue with your cross.
Detective Inklin, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm.
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection, relevance? Speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we
contacted
drove up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime? Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No.
So when you first noticed the defendant was You just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her.
Correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband, it was inside her home, her children were at least partially present to this event. Her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No.
inside your own home
No.
by your brother?
No.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No.
by a family member
No.
inside their own home
No.
with their children present?
No.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No.
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
No.
overwhelmed with emotions?
No.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, were both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van?
They were inside the CR 288 van.
Okay. Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
Okay. So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea,
Correct.
that she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that?
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station, to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in?
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like
Correct.
or how long it might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No.
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets. Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori entirely to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. State College Detective Ariel Werther. I may need to get some, there'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Can you spell your name, Werther?
Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-A-R.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
One second. I'm going to be able to get into Wi-Fi.
I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Rounder, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please
All
remember.
right for the jury?
Please be seated. The jury's no longer to complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho, and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked. Did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Ty Lee? The second question, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Ty Lee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on Form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness, which the answer really is it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case, so it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
this to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep.
All right, let's bring the jury in. The jury is present. Please be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer until 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in the capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units. And they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another. And I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us, have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit, so starting from about 2016 on. It was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022, and then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for J.J. Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for J.J. Vallow?
Yes.
Did you learn from her where J.J. went to school?
Yes.
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking J.J. to his school?
Yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet?
That's what she said.
And that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel?
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes.
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, Did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of a timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when let me ask you this. Did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information. You're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case, and then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time, and if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54 is, that is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inklin that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Did those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key, still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-thru of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffat spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffat during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes,
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you. Okay. So let's pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffat go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded?
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Inklin that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially.
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did, in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow, at the time now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body-worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
Well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records, and I think you had talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers, and by providers I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T?
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
One minor clarification, I wouldn't
Sure.
call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452?
We-
Drive of all of the phone records?
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow, 480? Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
yes,
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint print?
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
All right, hey there, everybody. Thanks so much for watching our special coverage of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, day 6, right? Day 6.
Yeah.
It's creeping up on us. We're joined today by a special guest, true crime correspondent Brianna Whitney, who's been in the courtroom for basically every day of the trial, except for today.
Correct. Yeah.
So we're glad to grab you here on the stream. We've got a lot to talk about. Today we had 2 police officers testifying. I'm going to bring them up right now. But this was a kind of a highly technical day. A lot of evidence is being introduced, but I thought the first witness, Cassandra Inklin, was really stood out. What stood out to you this morning?
Yeah, so she's great. So she started yesterday. We got through the prosecution. Lori started her cross and then continued it this morning. Why I think she's a pretty important witness here is because she spent the most time with Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan in the minutes and the hours after Charles Vallow's shooting death.
Right, and she was the one who actually does the interview with Lori at the police station.
Correct, right. So she was able to see her demeanor, listen to what she said in those moments after, and all of that kind of is going to the state's case that Lori seemed nonchalant, she didn't seem upset about Charles Vallow's death, and some of the things that were said were interesting. But Lori, because she spent a lot of time with Detective Inklin, definitely had a lot to ask her in her cross-examination and seemed to want to get set straight that she and Tylee cooperated and did everything right that day.
Yeah, and before we dive into the cross, I want to dive into our viewers that are watching the stream right now. We would love it if you have any sort of questions, if you have any sort of comments, if you've been with us for the last few days and you've been watching the stream, drop us a note, drop us a comment on YouTube, and we will incorporate it into the newscast. Jason is working on some sort of magical new graphic thing that will debut today.
Right.
So yeah, if you have any questions, what it's been like inside the courtroom, she's the one who knows because she's been there every single day. But let's talk about cross-examination here for a moment. One of the questions that stood out to me as I go and hit buttons here, Lori was basically asking the witness, have you ever seen me not calm? And this kind of spiraled and it turned into a sidebar. What was going on there?
So that line of questioning is not the first that we've heard from Lori. This is probably the 4th time we've asked her, or we've heard her ask these witnesses who are either law enforcement or first responders, was I calm? Was my daughter calm? Was Alex Cox calm? Were you calm? Were the other people calm? We've seen that line of questioning over and over again. And I think she wants to point out in those moments, especially with Inklin, that they were not acting out of control. They were cooperative in that moment. And then she likes to go more into, well, people handle stress differently. And are you a psychologist to say that I can't handle stress by being calm in a situation even if I am upset? Now, the problem was that the way that Lori words her questions often is actually testimony and not how they should legally be worded. So what's happening is when she starts asking these questions, then the prosecution's like, objection, either hearsay or argumentative or out of the scope or we've heard this.
Well, she was asking such a broad way. Have you ever seen me not calm? And this detective has seen her in the Idaho trial, has seen her, today, this week, yesterday, etc. And the questions were just super broad.
She needed to say that. She needed to say, have you seen me not calm on the scene? Have you seen me not calm in the interrogation?
Right.
Have you seen me not calm in Idaho? That would have then made those questions okay. But the problem is, again, this kind of goes to Lori being her own attorney, right? She doesn't know how to properly ask these questions. And so it gets to this point where the prosecution's like, eh. And then the judge, who's been pretty patient, is like, yeah, that's not going to work, sustained. And that's where we got to where we got.
Yeah, and she also asked the witness, was I cooperative? Did Tylee, did we cooperate with the investigation? And that was kind of her closing argument. Was there any time on July 19th that we did not comply or cooperate in the police investigation, to which the witness says, you were cooperative? I mean, what do you think Lori was trying to get at there?
I think she wanted to say that day, she said everything to Detective Inklin, that it was self-defense, that Tylee went and got the bat. They answered all their questions. At the time, they were being interviewed as witnesses. They were not suspects. So Lori's point was, look, we didn't have to come be interviewed. We didn't have to be questioned, and we could have gotten up and left at any time, and we didn't. Were we cooperative with your investigation that day with everything that we were saying? Yeah. Detective Inklin said yes. So in Lori's defense, that was actually a decent question because on the scene that day, they were answering all her questions. Now, at the end of this, the prosecution got a redirect. And that's where Trina Kay, the prosecutor, said to her, well, Did you know that they didn't call 911 for 47 minutes at that time? Did you know that she'd already gone through Charles's cell phone? Did you know these things? And
Did
she
you know
said,
she even had Charles's cell phone?
Right, did you even had it? Did you know she had 2 phones? Any of that? And Detective Inklin said, no. And then Trina Kay says, had you known those details, would your line of questioning had been different to Lori Vallow in that moment? And Detective Inklin said, yes.
Yeah, I also thought, kind of backing up to earlier in the day, before we saw this detective on the stand, there was some sort of preliminary motions where we learned from the state that they think they're going to wrap up their case potentially tomorrow.
Potentially tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into Thursday, but this week nonetheless.
But quick, when we expected this trial to potentially go, 6 weeks or whatever. But then the motions got into this idea of, well, who is Lori going to call?
Yeah.
Who has Lori subpoenaed? And I just thought me watching it, it looked like a mess. I mean, it looked like Lori had made mistakes with subpoenaing the wrong people. What was your takeaway?
Well, so this has been interesting because really from the start, since before the trial started, we were doing jury selection, we were going through in these different hearings of who was going to be precluded and who wasn't. Lori's wanted to call people. There were multiple that were already precluded. So then it was like, okay, these ones have been approved. You need to get your subpoenas out to them, right? They have to be served. And once they are served, then the prosecution also has to have a chance to interview them before they take the stand.
Right.
So this morning, we're going over the witnesses that were left, and it seemed like a bunch of them have not been located, have not been even found, let alone subpoenaed.
Lori's people haven't even spoken to them, so they don't even know exactly what they're going to say, and that means the prosecution has no idea.
Not even close.
Right. There's no sort of counterbalance for them to have an opportunity with the witness.
So the judge said to her, "You're running out of time," then corrected himself and said, "You're not even just running out of time, you are out of time, because we're getting to the state's case here that they're going to rest. That means Lori's up to bat. She's got to get her people in here ready to go." Now, for a long time, Lori has said, it's hard for me to get the phone calls out and get the subpoenas out when I'm cut off by the phone in jail every 20 minutes or whatever else. So she's kind of blamed some of the jail conditions as the reason why she hasn't been able to get those out.
But isn't she the one who, part of her argument of representing herself was that so she could have the trial sooner?
Yes.
I mean, isn't she's
100%.
been pushing for the trial to occur sooner when perhaps a delay would have allowed her to speak with some of these witnesses?
I think the difference was she wanted the trial to go on right now. Like, let's go, I'm done. And half of that's because she doesn't like the jail conditions, so she would much rather go back to the Idaho prison that she's, convicted of the deaths there.
Interesting.
So she does not like the jail here. Had she not gone forward with a speedy trial, I'm not sure she would have represented herself, because she said she knows she's not an attorney. This is what she said to me in our interview.
Yeah. Oh, we should mention, by the way, Brianna is the one who spoke with Lori. This is from the interview that she did with Lori in jail. So that's why part of the reason why Brianna is such an expert on this. Sorry, keep going.
No, you're good. That is important here. So some of what I'm saying is things that I've actually learned from Lori personally. But she said that she knew she wasn't an attorney, and all the attorneys she was consulting about the case were like, hey, we need way more time to prepare for a case of this magnitude. We can't possibly be ready in this short amount of time. For her, it was more important to go through with it because she wanted to get it done, and she wanted to be her own voice. So this all comes with it. Of course, if there was more time, she would have had more time to do all of this. And maybe she didn't realize how difficult the behind the scenes is of actually representing yourself and having to get in contact with all of the people.
What it means to track down a witness, issue a subpoena, because we learned today that basically Lori claims that she just signed a stack of subpoenas without reviewing them, and she accidentally subpoenaed people that weren't supposed to be subpoenaed.
Including Larry Woodcock, who is Kay's husband, who that was not supposed to be, and Lori had to get up there and say, that was a mistake, I apologize for that. And the judge said she needs to be way more careful, especially because she has a second trial for the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. She's going to have to do this all again.
June, I think
in June, yeah. We'll see if they move that up at all, just because that was supposed to go back to back from this trial to that trial. Okay. Let me also say this. They would have likely been tried together if Lori wasn't representing herself, but because she's a defendant in both of these cases, she had to go one and then the other. So. Yeah. Kind of interesting there.
And on the complicated web of the family tree
oh
here,
my
Brandon Boudreaux is way up here in the top left.
Did you make this? This is...
No, I didn't make this.
This is interesting.
But this is what we do here in the afternoon stream. We get in deep.
I love it.
I want to get to some viewer questions, because we have at least one, Jason?
Yep.
All right. Laura asks this. This is our debut here. Look at this. We've got this. Will the jury be allowed to use her previous trials to determine her outcome in this trial?
The answer is no. So right now, and this is what I find so striking, and I kind of want to set the tone for you too with what's going on in the courtroom, because the jury has no idea about her convictions, and everybody in the audience does.
Does the jury even know that her kids are dead?
No. They do not know that Tylee and JJ are dead. I believe during Lori's opening statement, she referenced that Alex Cox is dead. But if you didn't catch that, you're probably wondering why he's not on trial or testifying, because he pulled the trigger with Charles Vallow. But I have to think right now that the jury is thinking, when is Tylee going to take the stand? Because she is all over this case. I mean, she's in the body camera footage at the scene. She allegedly brought out the bat. That caused this whole, self-defense kind of struggle. She's then questioned at the police station. So right now, the jury has no idea that the kids are dead. They don't know about her prior convictions. If she takes the stand, and we don't know yet, she hasn't decided, if she takes the stand, they may know that there are prior convictions, but there will have to be a decision from the judge on whether they'll know the nature of those convictions. And that's just something we don't have yet.
Interesting. Hey, if you got any more questions, please drop them into the live YouTube feed. We appreciate everybody. I see some familiar handles. Inner Space, Little One. I know you guys have been with us for several days, so we appreciate folks who are watching the stream each and every day. We got another question. This is from Kristalina. What do you think of Lori bringing up about the bamboo shirt? I mean, we've heard about the $200 bamboo shirt has definitely stood out to me as well.
Let me tell you this, in the courtroom, when the bamboo shirt is brought up, there's definitely some looks, some kind of smiles from the audience members, just because, for one thing, she's asking these detective men who don't seem to be up there wanting to talk about fashion. About, do you know the bamboo shirt? I mean, Derek, do you know what a bamboo shirt is?
I've never owned a bamboo shirt. Certainly not a $200 shirt.
Sure, and you're semi-fashionable. These people up there are just they don't know anything about the bamboo shirt. Now, I believe that when she's bringing this up, it's really her only piece that she can have at all to try to explain the shored wound.
Yeah, and I've got the definition of shoring
here we
here,
go.
so we step out of the way. But shoring is one of these forensic terms that we've learned that has to do with, it's a type of exit wound where the skin is supported by a firm surface. So the prosecution is arguing that Charles Vallow, the firm surface was the ground, and Charles Vallow was on the ground, and the second shot through the sort of left shoulder, arm area is when he's on the ground. Lori is trying to argue maybe he was standing and this super tight bamboo shirt caused the shoring, but it doesn't seem like witnesses really have agreed with that at all.
Not at all. And so, I mean, that's really the only thing she can say. That the evidence is strong for the prosecution that Charles was on the ground for a slew of reasons. Not only the trajectory of where the bullet hit him that appears and that shows that Alex Cox was standing above him, but they also have that divot on the floor, which shows that as well. And so I think that's kind of like part of that situation as well.
Yeah,
but that
I have some of these.
Okay, yes. Oh, right there. That's it. Okay, so this can you go back? There you go.
Yeah.
So this divot, the way that hit the floor, that's supposed to go into the notion that he was on the ground. The way that the bullet went through him and hit the ground would suggest that he was there. That caused the shore wound. And we actually saw the crime scene pictures and the autopsy pictures yesterday. And so in doing that, we're good. It's really hard for the family, but we were actually able to see how the first bullet hole, the exit wound, looked a lot different than the second exit wound.
You saw the body.
I saw the body and I saw the wounds. And so that shored wound does look significantly different than the first one. So that's how you see that. The bamboo shirt was never going to be tight enough, at least according to the witnesses, to create that situation.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's bizarre. And by the way, we just saw a viewer comment, we just flashed on the screen there, that said that you did a great job with the Lori Vallow
thank
interview.
you.
So,
thank you,
so
you guys.
History underfoot. Thanks for that.
I appreciate that. And I will say, I was nervous, and it's hard, in those moments. Like, I don't think anybody.
You're in a jail, yeah.
First off, you're in a jail. It's obviously a tense situation, but on top of that, I didn't know what I was going to get with Lori. obviously it was a lot different than how the Dateline interview went. I came in as prepared as possible, and I really appreciated the reception because obviously we want to strike the right tone when we're doing this. I also have to keep Lori engaged to learn more, and I have to respect her time.
Also know that she's a convicted
Absolutely.
murderer.
Yeah, so I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the comment.
Let's jump back into some testimony from today. I want to get back to our witness here. This was the last guy. Was it Ariel Weather?
Ariel
He's
Weather.
A Chandler police detective, and basically his job that day or the day after was basically to go around and kind of collect some key pieces of evidence that helped to establish the timeline after the shooting, before the 911 call. Why is the timeline there so significant in the prosecution's view?
Because I think he's going to establish, based on cell phone data and GPS data, that Lori Witten did multiple things before coming back and calling 911, which would then lead to the prosecution side of things, that there was no urgency. They left him there for dead while she went either shopping and or to Burger King to take JJ to Burger King, things like that. So he'll testify to that. I believe they're going to call another officer today as well if they get through his testimony. So who we're really waiting for is Detective Moffitt. He is yet to be.
Let me show up who
here we go.
is left.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay,
this
yeah.
was as of this morning.
Yeah, so he's on the stand right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got it.
sorry, that was my fault. He's on the stand right now. I believe they said that they were going to call Nathan Duncan next, which would leave these two. Nathan Moffitt was the case agent on this at the time. Since the beginning, we've heard Lori reference Detective Moffitt quite a bit, so I'm interested in his testimony.
Is he kind of the most important, or is the prosecution saving the most important for last?
I don't know. It's hard to know. First off, like the medical examiner testified yesterday. Typically in a murder case, we see the medical examiner testify off the bat. Yeah. So I'm not sure if they're kind of weaving in and out. Some police, okay, then we were in a family. That's interesting. We're going to go back down to DPS, come back up to, so-and-so. It's been a little bit different.
Morgan Lowe, who's been on the stream with me the last few days, suggested that sometimes with scheduling, sometimes you have to schedule around the witness. So like the medical examiner guy, if he's working on other cases, you can't necessarily bring him in. We got another question.
Yeah.
Is Lori allowed to ask why it took so long for this to be investigated and for her to be charged with all this evidence? Why wasn't she charged when it happened?
So she can ask about it. The charges still exist, and she's on trial for them at this point. When they investigated this before, they had no reason to believe that there was another motive at the time. Like at the time of the shooting, when they looked at it, they interviewed Tylee, who I guess, said she came out with the bat. We'll never know because she's dead.
Are we not going to get a recorded interview with Tylee?
I don't know if they're going to play it. They haven't so far.
Yeah.
So
if I'm Lori,
sure,
that would be one of the first things that I would produce.
Possibly, but that might then open the can of worms of where is Tylee?
Why is she dead?
Yeah,
right.
why is she not here?
Okay.
So there is that. At the time, though, and I think you have to look at this, when this thing exploded into the kids and everything else, and you started to learn more about those religious beliefs, that's when things started triggering, like, hey, maybe we should reinvestigate that. But that didn't come to light for a while. And so I assume Chandler PD was going off of what they could at the time. I think there's some coded text between Alex and Lori that we haven't seen yet, but they've been referenced in opening statements to be like Nephi.
Yes.
And I don't know if they would have known what those meant. Nothing in their text, I don't think, outright said. Here we go. Be like Nephi. It was this Nephi Laban ending, is what they call it.
Right. It's and for any folks who are LDS, they are familiar with this because Nephi and Laban are two important figures in this. But basically, Nephi in the Book of Mormon is commanded by God to kill Laban, and it's seen as a sort of biblically justified homicide because Nephi needs to get these church records from Laban and get them out of there. So it's a way of sort of saying murder is okay under certain circumstances.
So at the time, Chandler PD had no idea that they believed Charles was a possessed spirit named Ned, and we're trying to cast out the evil, and that Alex had said to some friends, I wanted to just kill her. I wish I could just kill Charles. All of those things were missing at the time. Now, you could look at this and say, maybe this should have been better investigated. Right. Maybe we should have found this sooner. And if you did, maybe the kids would have still been here. Right. But that was not the circumstance that happened.
Well, and because, yes, they did not know about maybe some of the motives with some of the weird religious beliefs and stuff like that, but they did know that there was this long extended timeline.
Yeah.
Right. They knew that they waited. What is it?
47 minutes.
47 minutes.
Yep.
And they could see, some of the elements at the scene. They could see some of the ballistic evidence. They could see the shoring and things like that.
Yep.
So that's raised a lot of questions.
And
from
that's a great question too by whoever asked that. Thank you, because that's fair.
Nicole asks, what is the craziest question Lori is going to ask this detective? It's hard to say what Lori is going to do at any moment, but
We never know.
You talked to her broadly about her strategy. Any insight into her strategy?
Honestly, when we interviewed her before the trial started, she didn't say a whole lot about that. I will say, based on witnessing this in the courtroom, that I think that the craziest thing she's going to ask, and that she has asked multiple detectives, is like, what are your credentials? Like, are you qualified to do this, basically? And I think a lot of that is she's trying to establish that they're not psychologists, so they can't, therefore then anything that they say about her may not be credible.
And that sort of speaks to, detectives have testified that they thought that she was acting strangely for someone whose husband had just been shot, and that, that she seemed awfully calm, etc.
Yes.
And so she's trying to kind of pick away at that, perhaps.
Like that they're not the qualified people to say how and why she should act on the scene and what that looks like. Yeah, she's definitely been doing that.
All right, Little One, one of our frequent viewers asks, based on all that's taken place thus far, do you think Lori's chances of winning have increased?
That's a good question. No, I don't. I think there are people, and even watching this, do I think that Lori has done a better job of being an attorney than people might have thought? Possibly. It's not been awful. Has it been great? No.
I mean, this morning we saw her
this morning was
submit some subpoenas.
Yeah,
so
this morning was one of the worst days, I would say, for her in terms of just like protocol of being her own attorney. But she has gotten up there, and there are times where you can sort of follow where she's going. The problem here for Lori is that the evidence for the state is pretty overwhelming. And let's just say you don't really buy the sword wound and that on the ground, that wasn't self-defense. Well, then you have the religious views and all of the evidence that goes to show that they believe that he was possessed and they needed to kill him. But then let's just say that you find that kind of crazy and that you don't find that credible. Well, then you go to the life insurance policy and you go to the money and all this money that Lori was set to receive and then upset when she wasn't the beneficiary anymore. And the fact that Charles even changed her from the beneficiary leads you to believe that there was obviously issues there, and he felt that there was a reason why she should no longer be that. So I think while Lori might be doing better than people expected at the beginning, and again, that's very subjective, there are really three key pieces here that the state, I think, has done a good job presenting: life insurance, money motive, religious views, extreme religious views, and the fact that the gunshot itself does not appear to be a self-defense shot.
One of the key pieces of evidence for me, before we get to this question from Shay, came up last week, day 3, when Christina Atwood, a friend from the LDS Church, testified that Lori told her she had crushed up medicine and literally tried to drug Charles, which I think, I think she's the only one who's testified to that particular aspect, but to me, that does suggest something.
It definitely suggests what could be premeditation. I mean, that there was a possible attempt to try and kill Charles sooner. And that whole testimony from her and their other friend, Serena Sharp, was interesting. It's really, that testimony specifically goes to these extreme beliefs and the actions that were being taken to do something about it. It was this kind of interesting group meeting, girls' weekend, kind of, on the outside looks like just a quick little...
They're casting out spirits.
Right. On the outside, kind of like a normal girls' weekend. When you start to get into it, it's giving like Ouija board energy. Like, that's not what it was, but I mean, we're casting out evil spirits. We're talking about that. There's a discrepancy over whether we're using the word zombie, where Lori is apparently saying she's crushed up JJ's pills. Then you've got Alex Cox, who pops in and says, I wish I could kill Charles. It's a very bizarre group meeting that happened that day.
We got another viewer question. Now let's bring the one from Shay. Shay asks, if the jury goes home, they can certainly see Lori's history, right? Now, the jury is not, are they sequestered? No. They're just instructed not to do any of their own research, basically, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, it's really hard. And you've had a lot of people who have said there's no way that this jury does not know about Lori Vallow. I will say there's some young guys, and then there's quite a bit of older men and some women, very little women. This jury is mostly men. And we even lost one of the few women at the beginning, so then there was another man that stepped in. So you have to hope that they're not out there Googling.
Right.
And that's hard.
Yeah, so one thing that folks like me and everybody watching, we have not seen the jury, right? The camera does not pan over to the jury. You've actually seen the jury. I noticed that they seem to ask a lot of questions sometimes. Do they seem attentive? What are they like during this?
I would say they seem pretty attentive. Some of the more technical testimony from some of the officers or DPS or ballistic experts, sometimes that can get a little dry for them. But yes, they're actively asking questions. I will say, I've never seen so many jury questions ever. But I'm shocked that they haven't asked yet, like, where's Tylee? Where are these people that we're talking about? Where's JJ? Like, these are, and I'm wondering if those questions are going to come up, and if they do, what is the judge going to say? But they do seem attentive, but I will say, like, they are on the older side, I would say, as like a whole, and so those might be people who are not on social media, maybe who don't watch newscasts regularly, things like that, and those would be the type of people you want on this jury if you're trying to get people who haven't, or who don't know about Lori. But again, the questionnaire at the very beginning, they disclosed who Lori was so that if jurors recognized her name or knew the case, they would have been taken out immediately. So these people allegedly don't know anything about the case.
And it seems like they're staying on top of what the jury knows and doesn't know, because I think yesterday it came out that one of the jurors had asked about Social Security or something like that, benefits, to another juror, and that became known in the courtroom. They had to sort of question this juror, see if they could still remain unbiased. Let's get to one more question here. This is from Misty Mountain. She writes, didn't Lori keep saying her children were safe and hidden away, but didn't produce them, and the police took forever to actually look for them, or am I wrong?
No, she's right. That is correct. So what sprung this case into national, maybe also international headlines, was when there was the search for the missing kids. And this call from everybody to go search for them, to find them. And yes, legally, Lori needed to produce the kids at some point, or else she was going to be arrested. And she didn't. She was not able to produce the kids, and they didn't find them. And so as they were searching for them, not only was she arrested, the search was on still for them. They ended up being found on Chad Daybell's property. JJ burned. We've got bones of Tylee and JJ. A few months after that, it was a several months long situation. It was in 2020 that they were found, and so that definitely happened. Where this gets interesting here is on this timeline of things. Charles Vallow was killed a few months before the kids went missing. So think about, like, it all happened in July. They went missing in September, and so there's a couple months between there where this happened, then that happened. So because of that, this trial is all about Charles and his death. They aren't talking at all about the kids going missing or anything like that. And so you have to try to separate them, which is really hard for everybody to do. And it's impossible for you to do if you know what's going on. It is very weird, I can tell you guys, to be in there and be sitting with everybody and have this body camera footage playing of Tylee Ryan alive and well, and to see pictures and to hear about JJ, and everybody sitting there watching knows exactly what happened. It's frustrating. It's also completely tragic that we're seeing them right there, and it's like, that didn't have to happen. What happened didn't have to happen. But these are two very different cases. And so, yes, that comment, you are correct that that's what happened, but all of that was after Charles Vallow's death, and in theory has nothing to do with this trial. It's very weird.
Awesome questions. I think we're going to have to stop it with the questions right there because testimony has just resumed.
Yes.
It's Brianna's job to monitor this for us and do all the coverage for us at 4, 5, and 6. So, Jason, do we have a video that we can play for the folks at home? Okay, great. So, as folks who are frequent watchers of the streaming cast know, we have to be on a 30-minute delay. So for the next 30 minutes, you're going to be watching stuff from before the break. When the clock hits 0, we'll be watching new trial testimony. Thanks so much for joining us on this special coverage of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. We'll see you later.
he gave it back to me that I kept both phones.
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports, or?
I did not review, and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay. Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC, or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct, when we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffett is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview, because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffett and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffett, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van to back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the three of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
No.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustain.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO.
When adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I would object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inklin, have you ever seen me not calm?
I would object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday, you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we
contacted
drove up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime? Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No.
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her?
Correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband, it was inside her home, her children were at least partially present to this event, her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No.
inside your own home
No.
by your brother?
No.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No.
by a family member
No.
inside their own home
No.
with their children present?
No.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No.
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
No.
overwhelmed with emotions?
No.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, we're both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van.
They were inside the CR 288 van.
Okay. Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
Okay. So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea.
Correct.
That she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you, in fact, ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
Did she agree to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that?
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded, and we're driving, and she's just kind of chattering in the car. And given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like.
Correct.
Or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back.
All right, the jury is now present. Everyone may be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox,
Correct.
as well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next step, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes, so I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records I was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by the last 4 digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last 4. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Okay. Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given, and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking about each exhibit?
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
Okay. And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude-longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color-coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red, it's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that could be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than this cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device, one of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward. The iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together. And if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
You told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton, 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I missed the 716. I don't know why I did that. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do, but 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
I don't know why it's doing this. Okay.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone?
Correct. This is advancing from 737 to 749 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 7:50, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 7:52, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52, utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this. The prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out?
It does. It shows the view showing. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing
Correct.
in the video?
Correct.
Now, in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger, though?
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. You'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20, and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call. And then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone, and this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is, in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time-stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
Okay. So that, again, matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows a time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department, and another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day, so showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar time frames until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inklin's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Inklin's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Inklin had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide. Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at 2, go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243, or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan, and that sort of throughout that time period, you're saying?
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Fort Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Inklin?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
as it's not primarily my case. Beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, your, what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on Bates page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she never boarded. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Object to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if,
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
it's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for? You just happened upon it? How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well?
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock, is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock?
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.?
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question,
No,
Your Honor.
whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffett to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases?
Correct.
Maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. There are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room, instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there, sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffett in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is, what you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody, and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lawrence Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
That you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property. Did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No.
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at, is does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Ms. Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, for the jury.
Anything else before we recess from the state,
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
from the defense?
I can't think of anything, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.